Testing, testing. Hopefully this audio is coming through now. Let's find out here. Ah, that sounds good. Okay, good. I'll say that all again. So I'm testing out this setup. So good morning or good afternoon, depending on which part of the world you're in. We are going to design a Lego set. We talked about this in some of the nightly live streams that I've been doing. And I'm using a software tool called stud.io. I'm going to do a sign in so I have access to things, but let's mute that video for a moment so I can do the sign in. This software is it is created as part of Bricklink, which let's get myself signed in here. There we go. I'll unmute. All right. So it's part of Bricklink, and I believe that as you can see up here now, Lego actually basically acquired Bricklink. So for all intents and purposes, this is kind of an official tool. And we're going to create a new model from scratch. But before we actually get into the actual software and building something, we should actually kind of plan out what we're going to do. So I've actually got a desk view set up with a piece of paper here. And I want to talk about the general plan I have. Move this around so it's a little bit easier to see. Eventually I'll move all this out of the way so I can have access to my keyboard. And it's kind of a weird skewed angle, but this is actually, you're seeing kind of what I'm seeing here. So I want to design a drive-in theater is the goal here. And I'm going to be using really large plates for this. These are the 48 by 48 base plates. Some of the large, I think it is basically the largest base plate that Lego makes. And a 36 by 36, which is roughly, think about like this length here, not quite 48 and over. So a smaller square, probably about 75% the size of that one, is kind of the standard for the modular buildings and things like that. But you can base everything on the concept of 16 by 16 stud squares. And so we're going to do this 48 by 48. My intent is to actually do two of these. So if you have one and then a whole other one, that would be the size of the drive-in theater. That is roughly the same size as some of the roller coaster sets in terms of real estate that is used by some of the official Lego sets. And my thinking is that you think about the footprint of a decently sized roller coaster, that's probably a much bigger footprint than a drive-in theater. So you're kind of getting to a rough equivalent of minifigure scale type stuff with that. And the goal is to also allow it to fit a tablet. This is a 10-inch screen tablet, which is what we're going to design for, that can slot into the screen so you can actually display movies on the drive-in theater. And I'm going to kind of think through what I want this to look like in parts. And this is going to be the basis of the design as we actually go through. So that way I don't have to think too much as I'm building. I know what I'm going to be placing and where. So if we start with kind of the concept of the screen being here, and we'll dig down into all these elements. Being way over here, you'd want to be able to position, a couple of cars. At minifigure scale, you're probably talking maybe only about 3 or 4 cars worth of size for parking in front of that screen. And I'm actually going to scratch this one, maybe more like this. And I do want to have the concept of a road coming in down the side that feeds into the various parking spaces, basically. And my guess is we might only fit like 6 cars, which for minifigures is probably more than enough. And then on the back side here, I want basically 2 things. I want a snack shop with a projection booth on top, because that's how a drive-in theater would normally be built. Or there'd be a projection booth somewhere, but I want the snack shop to be back there, all one build. And then I actually want to carve out this back portion and have it as like a fenced off portion where I'm going to build a water tower with some railing on it at the top, with the intent that we can have this thing where like some people broke into the water tower, climbed it, and are watching the screen from atop the water tower. So that's going to be kind of the concept. And then as far as the snack shop is concerned, and I'll draw it as a rectangle this way. I'm going to want like a counter with a window here, and maybe similar over here on the bottom floor, with there being basically a kitchen where the minifigures can stand. So you'd have like maybe steps up to a door, that's the entrance, and then you'll have a kitchen space, and I don't know, we'll have like a popcorn machine and a slushy and a pretzel and maybe a few other things on the back wall, maybe candy here. Writing sideways is hard. And my handwriting is atrocious, so it is what it is. And so the idea is that, and then probably in between these windows, some sort of cash register concept. And then above it, built on top of it, would be the projectionist booth, which will likely be a smaller build that sits on top. And it will maybe have stairs coming up the backside or something with a door here. And then the tops on either side of the actual snack shop might have like some air conditioner units, pipes, something like that. And maybe if I bring this back over, maybe one of the things to go in one of these spots is maybe also an insert of like a grill or something. And then you could have like and maybe that would be over here actually near the candy station. I'll have to swap all this around. That then maybe has like a vent over here, either on the outside of the building, a vent, or I don't know, and we'll figure that out. And the projectionist booth is going to have the projector itself, which we'll build, and maybe a store of films there, and maybe a chair here that sits high up. And so you'll actually have a projectionist window, and then you'll have a window that the projectionist himself can, so a projector window and then a window that the projectionist can look out of, and maybe like a generator or something small that kind of looks technical. So that's going to be the rough design, and then the real challenge is going to be the screen. Brick-built screen, and I'm putting all those over there for reference. And by the way, hello everyone. Go ahead and give a shout out in the chat if you're watching. I see that Rhoda and Bobby Hill have said hello, so hello everyone. As I'm thinking through all this proactively, I haven't given a ton of thought to this before. There's a couple of ideas that I have. But the screen is going to have to fit a 10-inch tablet up here at the top. And so what that's going to be is some sort of border system that allows it to slot in, and then like a base that it can sit in. And behind all of that, I want just a white background. And then some sort of wooden superstructure holding the whole thing up, as it were. And it might have multiple, center wooden supports or something. So it's going to look like a wooden framed thing, but it'll allow this to be slotted in. So part of what I'm going to do, first things first, is think about the tablet size and recreate the rough dimensions of the tablet in the Bricklink software. So if I place this right about here, I can count the number of studs that this is wide. So it's about 31 wide. And about 20 high by 20 high. And then for thickness, the way I would do this, just dropped a piece. I'm going to reach into a bucket over here. Grab some random parts. So the tablet is certainly not going to be as wide as an actual brick, but maybe it's 2 bricks or so thick. Yeah, I think that's about right. I'll get that in the screen. There we go. Maybe an easier way to see it is if I don't shade it in shadow. Roughly. So what we'll do is create an object to act as exactly that size. Bobby Hill says he had a cool idea that LEGO should make figurines close to the size of the old school Kenner action figures so it'd still be compatible. They actually have different sized figures, honestly, but one of the things that LEGO really has going for them is the actual design of their minifigures are singular and have been consistent for a long time. Okay. So I'm going to pull up the software here. And by the way, the thing that almost bankrupted LEGO was actually getting into the action figure market. So I don't think they're going to make that mistake again. They are highly focused on having their minifigures as their brand. And minifigure action figure standards have changed over and over and over again. So you have like the 4-inch standard, the 6-inch standard, the 1/6 scale standard. It's a bit much. All right, so let's actually start. Step 1 will just be the base plate here. And one thing that I do want to consider as well, beyond just the base plate, is the ability for this whole system to tie in to both the new road system that LEGO uses, as well as the Mills system for base plates, which is a non-LEGO official thing, but it is kind of a standard that's used. So I want to be able to be considerate of it. So the base plate itself, I'm actually going to move this camera now as I don't need it. I can get the keyboard up close. Makes it a little bit easier. We're looking for the largest base plate, which is the 48 by 48. Apparently there's a 50 by 50, but 48 by 48 is kind of the standard. And we're actually going to be doing 2 of them. Something weird is happening here. There we go. Standards for this broke. So there are my base plates. They'll be the proper gray color. There's a color validation thing over here. Allows you to auto fix to different options, and the one we're actually going to choose is going to be light bluish gray, because that's the most common version of this. Alright, so that's going to be the overall size. We're going to have to consider how things are going to fit, but one of the first things to do is we are going to create a submodel. So we will rename this tablet. And one of the things I didn't think about with the tablet, I can check with this piece right here, is to what extent it is flat on top or not. Yeah, I think so. So that makes it easier. Gonna go find the largest possible plate. Looks like it's 16 by 16. And our size is 31 by 20. So I'll pull in a 16 by 16. And to get it up to 20, we need a 4 by 16. We have a 4 by 12 or 2 4 by 8s. So we'll do the 2 4 by 8s. Swap them around. Trying to set themselves. I hate that. There we go. Knowing all the hotkey shortcuts for everything really helps. And we're going to make this all black. Actually, let's make it a much more annoying color. Magenta. That way we know this is going to be the tablet. So that's the height of it. Now we need to get the width, so we're going to copy all this, move it up one. So that gets us our 20 by, that's too large, it's going to be 32. We need 31 and we've done 16. We can bring in this 8 by 16. So 16 to 24. I need 7 more. So that'll be a 6 and a 1x16, or whatever the size is, 1x8 a couple times over. Why is this failing me? What software is this? This is stud.io. It is what is essentially the closest thing we have to the official Lego designer software. It allows you to do a lot of things. It allows you, while I'm placing these things, I'll talk through it. It allows you to place pieces like I'm doing, snap some in, set angles, all the rest. You can also assign colors to everything that you'd expect to have, and then if for some reason that color doesn't actually exist somewhere, you can validate the colors against parts that actually exist in actual Lego stock, which then allows you to create parts lists that you can go purchase against, so you can you can actually build the physical model. I need a 4x6 here, and it also allows you to do instructions designing, which I'll note, if you're ever messing with this software, this is a thing you should always be aware of, is the need to consider the steps as kind of a piece of what you're doing. Come on, thing. Doesn't want to snap too. That's unfortunate. So like the steps on the side here, there we go. Let's keep it all in grid. These steps over on the side are basically, I need to create a new submodel for all this. The steps for the instructions, and then you can actually build and print your instructions. So let's see here. I want to, that's right, I have to do it up here. Model, yeah. Select all of these, model, create into submodel that I will call tablet. And this isn't going to be an actual model as part of the actual kit. It's just as a reference. Make this all magenta on this side, and then I'm going to go in and do tiles. Find the largest tiles that exist. Looks like 8x16 is a pretty good one. Plop those in. Except that one's too large, of course. And we'll grab these 6x6, put some of those on. Just, this is important, I think, in the design step to make sure things will fit right. And then everything else will be basically 2x4. I need to actually make all this part of that submodel. I forgot to do that properly. So I'm going to copy and then go into my submodel and paste right on top there. there is our physical representation of the tablet, of a 10-inch tablet. Go back to the main model. So what's cool about doing a submodel is that now this is a singular object that we can move around and manipulate all on its own, rotate and all the rest of it, and can act as a reference. So we're going to actually stand that up on its end. If you imagine the green part is the screen, that way we can have it as a reference later. It's like the big screen we're going to build at one end. So let's actually start there. There is going to be some notion of greenery. So if you imagine the gray base plate as being the asphalt, then the greenery is going to be kind of bushes and grass and whatnot. And we'll build that up a little bit. So what I will do is have a notion of maybe like a curb. And I'm going to set my default color here. I like using something a little bit unusual as a default color, so I know I need to go assign colors to it later. So maybe something like that. And there we go. That's at least a start. Now these I'll treat as gray as well, but they're going to be kind of like the curb. And actually, perhaps the thing to do first be to do some plates. Yes, I'll use something like that. So this is actually going to be my new step here. And I'm going to rename it landscaping. And I tend to use the brighter green color for this. So let's just do green. So we'll kind of set the boundary of the landscaping here. Again, I have to be considerate of the, oh dear, accidentally resized the window there. Sure, I did all sorts of weird things. I have to be considerate of the number of steps that I'm doing, and you kind of want to limit the number of parts you're doing per step. So I'll have to zoom in to make sure all this fits correctly. So I'm using these specific pieces. These 6x8s are not too uncommon. So they're a little bit easier to source. And you can see they're about 30 cents a piece. I could do, I say as you see, down here at the bottom, tells you what the price of a piece is. So like these big base plates are like $12. You can actually get them for a lot cheaper if you keep an eye out for good deals. I could do like 4x6, and 4x6 are 50 cents versus 30 cents. So like, oh, sorry, I should put that in green. So 15 cents versus 30 cents. You know, you're basically getting the rough equivalency. So I'm just going to stick with these. Makes less steps. And we'll do 4 per step. And then I want to do, so this is kind of where we're going to build the structure for the screen. But I want to make the maximum real estate for vehicles. So I'm going to use, let's see here. I'm going to use, and certainly if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. Maybe I'll do 2x8. I want to kind of have the concept of a boundary of these things. Hello, Dimitri. And a lot of this is likely going to be lined by trees, because that's actually how a lot of drive-in theaters would keep passerbys from watching. And then this piece here will be my water tower. And, you know, one thing I kind of forgot in my drawing over here is a gatehouse. So we probably want to have something like that up here. So have like the concept of projection booth and like some sort of gate. And the sizing of all this might change, like the actual landscape sizing. In fact, as I'm looking at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that's about the size I actually want. Yeah. And likely I'll break all of this into separate steps. Okay, that's an 8. I've done my calculations wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. I see what happened. I accidentally moved this. That matters. You can actually lock pieces into place, and I should do that with these base plates. So I thought you could lock. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. So I'm going to kind of build out this landscaping a bit more. But this is where I'll put the water tower. Kind of that minifigure scale. And for that, I think I'll actually have like a concrete base. Give me just a moment. I'm getting a phone call. All right, I'm back. So that's where the water tower will probably be. And then for the curb, so we will do tile 1x6, choosing 1x6 because it tends to be a much cheaper piece for this color, I believe. I think so. Let's find out. Yeah, pretty much. This is just a hobby. I don't think I have the skills to be a Lego designer per se, but this is a thing I want to do more of, so going to spend the time doing some more of it. And one thing we can do is put some storm drains in here. So let's see. Maybe do something like this. And this is curb. And I like to go for, there's a tile modified grate like this. And there is a metallic silver that we'll put in there. And it's a little bit hard to see the difference between the curb that we're doing and all the rest of it, but that's okay. And we'll do the same kind of repeating thing here. And what I'd end up doing is splitting these into separate steps as I go. Or later on when I'm building the instructions, I'll think more about which pieces I'm putting where. But I kind of logically add them. And I'll just do this. There we go. I'll tell you, working as a Lego designer would be a dream job, though. That's the type of thing you want to be able to do as a job. I have no idea how well it pays, though. But it'd definitely be fun. I'm going to think about this. I want to do that. So I want to be able to put corners specifically. Kind of like that. And then this landscaping will, and I'll move all this over to the landscaping section. Probably do something like that. So let's move all this up to landscaping. And actually we'll do the same thing over here. Landscaping is step 3. There we go. Back on the curb, I can do the similar thing, copying and pasting bits around. And likely I will reduce the number of these storm drains over time. I think it's too many of them now. Seems a little bit too repeated. As of September 7th, 2022, the average salary for LEGO Designer is $53,000. Yeah. That's not the worst pay, but I would want more. And I think given how much money LEGO makes off the designs, their requirements are really just that you can show skill in designing. I know they have a lot of restrictions as to... See, I'm going to reduce the number of storm drains here by half. So I'm going to pull these out and reorient stuff. But I know that like the designers need to be considerate of how many pieces they can use and what pieces they have available, because basically LEGO does specific molds during different times of the year, or they only have certain plans for how they do molds. And that restricts what pieces can be utilized. And they have to consider price point is another big thing they have to be considerate of. I'm going to come back to this part of the curb in a moment. So they, they'll be told, basically a designer will be told, like, hey, in this theme, you're going to build a set that is valued at roughly $100, and in order to make that happen, and you are maybe limited to these types of pieces, and then the designers get to sit down and work within those restrictions. And I think the more senior the designer, the more complex the project they get. All right. Could I 3D print my designs? I mean, I suppose you could. I mean, I've done, but I would use Blender for that. I mean, the whole purpose of doing this in this software is so I can build it, so that I can put it together in a physical Lego form, as opposed to a as opposed to 3D printing all the parts. I'd rather just buy the bits of Lego. And I'll put one drain kind of in the center here. Standard width of a Lego car is like 4 to 6 studs, and so I'll build a little gatehouse thing here with like an arm, and it'd be single entrance, single exit, because you'd really have people all showing up at the same time and then all leaving at the same time. As a concept, gives me a bit more real estate to work with, basically. Want to maximize my real estate here as much as possible. I don't want to eat it up with like 2-lane roads or anything. And then this gives me space for a projection booth here. And we'll see how big that building needs to be. And I need to be considerate of how this stuff is going to clip together, because right now it's separate pieces. And that's actually okay. We can treat it as separate units that can fit together later and do something for that. So currently these could be 2 separate halves of the same model that aren't connected together. And that's going to be an intentional thing, because I want you to be able to break apart and move it around if possible, if you need to. So there's my boundaries, and likely, like I said, we'll probably line it with trees or something on the edges here. Then I'll have a water tower, and we'll put a fence up. Let's actually see what our fence options are. I do want the concept of it being like a fence that's broken that people have gotten into. So, I have this idea of there being a gap in the fence. Alright, let's think about it. I could do something sideways. I could build posts that hold up the fence sideways. Thinking a little bit out loud here. Let's go find round brick pieces, see what we have. The one I'm really thinking of one by 5 round though. I'm not sure what it's called. There's a cylinder. And you know what? I'm going to need some of these for the water tower. So let's pull these out. That'll help me think about the size of the water tower. They seem all about the same, but pull some of those out as well. Let me try post. Nope. These supports could be useful for the water tower as well. Let's pull that out. I know this thing exists. I know it's a brick. Just not quite sure how it is classified. Maybe it's a modified brick. Alright, this is where we consult Bricklink. Let me go piece post. I literally don't know what to search for this. It's very strange that I can't find what I'm looking for, though. Let's do the entire dimensions then. I have not, to speak to what you just said, I have not designed my own house. So this is a 1 by 1 by 5. It's possible what I'm looking for is not actually represented in these parts listings, which would be weird. All right, well, I think what we're going to do instead for this fence line, I actually took an architecture class in high school where the final project was to design a house, and I kind of got to design my quote-unquote dream house or mansion type thing. I pulled over here, so I'll likely do this as like a submodel. I'll pull us into a new step. If we think about this as a post, and we do let me actually do it as a submodel. Why won't it let me create the submodels? I guess I need more than one piece. I know this piece exists, so it really annoys me that I don't know where it is. But I'm actually looking for brick modified, and I want to have bricks on either side, like that. All right, this should allow me to do a submodel. Did I play Fallout games? I did play the Fallout games. Everything up through Fallout 3 and a little bit of New Vegas. In certain parts of the U.S., people are actually able to purchase. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to go into the submodel of the fence. People are actually able to purchase bits of land that have like missile silos and underground bunkers, and there are companies in the U.S. that build a lot of that stuff. Flip these around. Interesting. That's right. These are non-standard like that. There we go. Maybe do some sort of fence topper here. And I think I might be better set to use modified plates like these brackets. And then I can do a fence post effect using round tiles or round bricks. So if that fits there, I saw this interesting piece here. I'm not sure how big it is. Okay, it's like that. What does this come in? I want these things to be black. It doesn't come in black. The ideal would be a pearl light gray, maybe. Doesn't come in that either. What do these come in? Light bluish gray. Yeah, it basically just comes in gray. Sure is a lot of gray. Does this come in black? It does. I might end up doing black fences here. And the topper for it, could do something like that. All in black. So let's see how this would work in the main model. Because my thought was something like this, where we have, yeah, it needs to have a flat spot for it. So we will do tiles. Like that. And then with that tile would be a singular dot plate that this thing can then sit on, like so. Question was going to be, how well does this fit? Yeah, I need a good way of saying those in between. So the way that we do that is we use modified tile, or is it a modified plate, I suppose. If I can find it, there it is. This piece is probably what we need. Because that way this can sit on top. And we will do the same thing here. This piece can sit on top. Oh, it's not right. They still overlap. So perhaps that isn't the right call. See if that works. Still kind of a gap there that I don't want. So I think what I'm going to do, at least for part of this submodel, is we can move that down. And this submodel is going to use these same pieces, but rotated. Like that. And I think that allows me to do a corner piece. Let's find out. It doesn't. Let me do the opposite, if I can. That topper is going to get in my way. Move that for now. I think this will allow me to do it. Got a bit of an overhang there, so I need to go ahead and put a plate in down here as well. But yes, that should allow me to put the fences kind of like that. Except that's not what I need. So I still need to mess with it a little bit. That one goes up, that one goes down. What happens if we do both of them up? Will that work? I need to make it equidistant. Really kind of hard to see with this color, so let's change it to light gray for now so I can see a little bit better. So realistically, I need this to be on the same level as this one. And I don't know that the bracket piece will work for that. So I'm going to rethink the brackets for now. Because the better option for that are, unless there is a double-sided piece, which I don't think there is, then I'm better off doing these double-sided bricks like that. And the advantage of these is that the fence can really hook in very low in it. And I think we can do kind of a standard brick in between. Not quite. Does that actually work? How these things fit is always a little bit weird and finicky. I mean, if that actually works, that'd be ideal. I just don't think that it does it? Guess so. Guess it does. Yeah, okay. So we'll go with that for now. That allows us to create the fence. And I can go back to putting the topper on it. So that's kind of the corner fence. Is this, yeah. I'm not entirely happy with that topper, so I might just come back to that later. So anyway, that gives me back my model. And I can think about how I want this to sit. There we go. Everything was turned around. It's kind of weird. I think that actually gets us what we need. Because it should allow me to now do the next one. Oops. It should be, let's see. It's one that's 2 and a little bit. So if I duplicate that here, and this tile is a 1x4, then if I kind of redo the next part of the fence, I think that'll work. And I can use this style brick to start the next one. So let's see how this works. I know that I want, because of spacing, I'm going to want this brick over here. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. I hope to have fun. We'll just keep this up. The design process is a slow one. It takes some time. It can take a lot of time, actually. What have I done wrong here? I go look at this fence model. It works. Oh, I'm missing that piece down here. That's what it is. Pop that in there. That'll fix it all. There we go. So there's that piece. Now we can go back to our, what is the exception with this? Oh, yeah, all this needs to be light bluish gray. Light gray is not really a color anymore. Make sure that's true of this one as well. Light bluish gray. All right. So then how we get this placed is the key. I really don't want that gap. That's unfortunate. The height of these things is unfortunate. And it's possible we can overcome that by using, in the straight model piece, instead of using these bricks, using modified plates like this one, because that adds a spacer to it. But the problem is the spacing of the pieces. So let's let's see how this works if I do it like this. So that would line up. And then put a standard brick in here. And do the same thing maybe. I don't like the way that gap looks. What is another way of doing these fences? The sizing of these fences are very strange. If I kind of set that here as a reference, and that sits over here as a reference, like it's a very strange height. What are my other fence options? Oh, I see. It's a 1x4x2. Is that really actually too high, though? Me actually check that, because that might actually be the problem I can solve for. Oh yeah, okay. So I have to think about how that works. See, now that's telling me that that won't work. That's weird. That's how it should be. So is that how that works on this one? That one was showing much more flat. And that can't be correct. So I think this is actually correct. There you go. That should be it actually fitting in properly. Okay. See, it doesn't like that when I'm putting that in there. Or does it? Such a weird thing that it's doing. I want to pull this out just slightly. Yeah, that shouldn't work that way. I think it would work better realistically. Oh man, this piece is going everywhere. Sit up there for a moment. think that's how it should actually work. See, all the pieces are just off now. And that fits there. And then that, there's all these weird peculiar gaps and everything. Weird, weird, weird. I have to like go find these pieces and actually mess with them physically, because I think that's part of the problem. I'm not sure how it's actually supposed to work properly. That fits well. Maybe I only use one of those and I use maybe I just do it as a central post. Actually, this gives me an idea for how I can do the break-in piece of it. So if that's up there, and I do a couple of bricks in between, a couple of plate pieces. 1, 2. Does this line up? It does. That is how it should be. Yeah. And then I can do that like that. Or if I want it flat, I can do it like that. Which is probably what I want to do. That makes a lot more sense. So we'll take that and we'll go to our fence corner piece here. I think we recognize that that was not really how it was going to work. And there's our fence as it should be for the corner. And now we just need to solve for the distancing problem when we start putting it in the main model. So we got this gap. So if I replace, that's where I'm going to come back to. There's got to be a better way for this. Really feels like there should be a better way. I misspelled straight. Let me go fix that. That'll drive me insane. So there's another way of doing this that uses these fence pieces. And I can do a test right over here with it. If I flip this upside down, and allowing it to kind of sit on top at some point. question is, how do I make that work? I don't know that that would look as good. But I think there's actually a way we could make it work. Because if we take these round pieces, there's actually a Technic round piece. I'm not sure what it's called. Oh, look at all these fences. What are these under? Maybe I should just use this stuff. These are called grills. And they do have fences as well. I like the chain link look of these, though. Kind of want to use that. I just want to find a better way of doing it. What if this... sits on a plate? The plate one more over. It's a pretty big gap. Yeah, I'm just not sure what options I have. This is one of those things I never really considered. It would be very hard to do this kind of fence type thing. Kind of figured I could just use some of the existing pieces fairly easily, but don't know that I can really. I'm going to go back into this submodel. I'm going to think a little bit about, how this can be done with these modified plates. Because if that fits there, and I can do round bricks like so, how long before I need the next one? Does that fit? That does. That works right there. And this might actually solve the problem for me. I'm not certain, but that seems a bit high. So let's do plates. 2 plates like that. And then if I look at this version, how do I make these holes align? Like this? No, they won't align no matter what I do. But if that fits there, perhaps this can fit in the middle piece. It's too much. It's never going to align that way. So what I need to do is think about how I can align these. So let's think about that fits in the bottom piece, and that fits in the top slot. But if I try to do it so that these fit in the holes, would those be roughly the same height? Not really. So let me actually get rid of this. See if I can make this. I'm gonna have to do the bumping thing, which is annoying. There we go. Okay, that's my ideal right there. So how do I make that happen? The downward facing one can fit there. Okay, let me bump this out a little bit. What is the height of this? Yeah, see, that's all wrong. But if that's up, yeah, I don't know. This is a very broken thing. You know what I could do? I bet you I could do... It's not the most ideal thing. And now I'm thinking, what if I use this as a way of connecting pieces? Because if I do that, then maybe the distances will all be correct how I need it to be. A little bit hard to show until I get everything put together. But that, does that align? It does. So I rotate that around this way, fit it there. Then does this allow it to fit in at some point? Or do I need to have some gaps? Maybe put a plate or two in. Let's try a second plate. There we go. But now we have the added problem that that's not the right height. Goodness gracious, what a frustrating thing. So maybe I don't use that one. Maybe I do this one. That seems to work better. Yeah, it seems to work a lot better. Well, if that's the case, then can I turn this around this way and have that work? Yes, I can. So if that's the case, then perhaps that's what I end up doing. Can it work as the opposite? No, it has to be on top, or specifically right here. Because that looks like that'll fit in perfectly, right? If I can get it to snap in properly. Ooh, too much. There we go. It's a very specific way all this stuff fits together, which is interesting. Again, all these round bricks fit in here now. I would really love to have an additional connection point. But I just don't know how I make that happen. Hey, Sprazer, how you doing? Oh, that's what I did wrong. Yeah, that's how I fix it. Pretty sure. I can take that out. Do like that. Great. Can I just rotate these around then? Does that work? It does. Oh, that's going to look good. I like that a lot better. Yeah, that's coming together. So we are in the, for those who are hopping on, still pretty light stream in terms of attendance, but that's fine. People coming in and out. We are building the drive-in theater. And I'm trying to solve how to do a fence around the water tower, like a security type fence. Oh. I think this is going to get us most of the way there. Let's find out. So that's kind of how our fence would sit. A little bit of a gap, but that's okay. We could do things to drop it down. And as you can see, it perfectly matches with this side. So I think we're doing roughly what we want to do. So then my next question is, if I were to plop one of these not on that, what happens? If I set that there, where can I set this? Roughly here? Nope, it hits. So I definitely need to have the corner piece be like that, but I need it to be higher. Do I have any Star Wars builds? I do. Actually, I have a B-Wing over there behind me, and I have a couple of the helmet builds and all that type of stuff, but I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, so I minimize my use of Star Wars stuff. I'm not completely keyed into it. Yes, I think I can do a round post in the in-betweens and a square post on the sides or on the edges. I wish there was a better way of doing it, and perhaps that's something I come back to later to try to make better. But I need to raise this up or lower this one. And I feel like if we modify our landscaping a little bit, we can actually have like the posts sunk into the ground, maybe. Conceptually, anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that bit of landscaping. And I'm going to set these as being green. I'm going to set them down. That allows that to drop. And I will likely turn these into tiles. I'll turn them into studs like this. And that gives me a little bit of a gap at the bottom, but not a large one. Then I can take this one and drop it. And then I can modify my fence submodel to use standard size brick. Like that. And then when we go back to main model, you know what, I need to drop it. I need to raise everything a little bit, I think. So everything needs to raise just a tad. So how do I do that? That comes back into these. And that gets me back into the same problem I was in before, which is you go back one. Let me actually see what happens if I do this. This is all just figuring out how much of a gap I can live with. So I'm going to recreate this submodel where you have brackets up and brackets down as a straight line fence here. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to put this round piece in, and I'll create a submodel off of this in a moment. Bracket down, bracket up, there, same thing again, like that. And then what's cool about this is I could actually rotate these. Oops. In theory, I can rotate these like that to make the corner like I had. Okay. And that's going to be my submodel while I try to figure out the distancing thing. Okay. Now I can move this corner fence away, out of the way, so I can mess with this a little bit more. Oh. I need to go actually put the fence in. The fence piece needs to go opens it up a little bit, like that, and like that. So let's see what this does now. So there's my gap right there. And if I move this out a bit for a moment, yeah, that still has the problem that it overlaps. Yeah, I'm really not sure how to solve this problem. I'm just not a big fan of having that gap in it. Like, you can totally just have that there, but then you definitely have that big open gap. Seems like there should be a better way of closing that up. Just don't know what it is. I suppose the other option is finding a way to connect all these things in a slightly different way. So like, if I go into my submodels here, and I put in more round plates on top real quick. Except I need these to have the hole in the top of them, because I could potentially use that to meet a midway point when I go to the overall model. I can pull these out here like so and see what happens when I nudge them in like that, and then figure out if there is a type of plate that can sit on top of that. Not that one. Like, is there a way you can make that work? Because that does seem to work right there. That might do it. Because what that allows me to do is, instead of artificially constraining these to these little post points, I can have something like this where I use a tile. Oh, now it's giving me an error here. Weird. Okay, I thought it was working. You can see it's off there. Darn. I was hopeful. Well, how much do I have to nudge this way? That still gives me my gap. Yeah, it's not gonna do it. Yeah, the closest I came was when I was using, for the corner pieces, when I was using square instead of round. And I think the solution for that then is to go back to what I was doing. Actually, here I had this build. So if I use that and I moved to using square posts instead of trying to do fancy round ones, that's probably going to get me closer to where I want to be. So I can take this and move it over here. So there's my alignment. And the question is, how do I drop that by just a little bit? And therein lies the problem. I think that's why I was trying to solve with the other things, because these brackets don't line up exactly the same way. I'm always dealing with these like minimal differences. Yeah, I'm just not sure how to overcome that. It's possible I can overcome it, though, with the spacing of these things in this corner piece. Like, if I take this out and move this down one, does that allow it to drop any substantial amount? Hard for me to tell what I'm doing here. So I need it to drop like that amount, I think. Let's go check back on the main model now. No, I need to drop even more. So I need this to drop to right about there. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Is that actually all correct, though? I want to take this bit out. Oh, I see what's happening. Let's go put that back in. That is sitting on it. So that's doing what I need. So let's go to the corner fence piece now. Set this in equidistant. And figure out how all these things will align. Like that. I think we're getting it. It's kind of a process. And if we go, oops, back to the main model, that seems to be working. I can do this 1x4 grass piece right there, so that would fit everything. And then I'm going to do fence straight, and I'm going to come in here and replace all these things with just standard bricks. All right. Had a random extra piece. Okay, how much space do I need? So I need to extend this, the size of all this a little bit differently. So, how much more do I need? I'm going to go into my fence submodel and add a single one of these underneath. And that should get me the full post. There we go. So then if that sits here and this sits here, that can be there. So I move that out by 2. And does that get me what I need? Yeah. So I can move this here. So that's going to be the reorientation. And everything will increase in size just a little bit. And that will be allowing me to do all 4 sides of this fence design. Ooh. This model is now misbehaving. There we go. And then my landscaping is going to have to also adjust here. All right, that is looking good. Just like that. Now, now this is where I want to change things up a bit. One of these needs to look like a gate, like an entry gate. So I might replace this piece with like a hinge bit and a different type of thing. So let's mock that up. And I may even use the standard gate type They were calling it grill. I found it earlier. Yeah, like this. What I can do is create a post that has little grippy pieces. Let me think about this. And what I'm talking about is the brick modified, like this one. That allows us to latch in. And there's a different version of this fence or this grill, which you can find alternative bricks. They're just calling it bar. So let me look up door. Doors and windows. I think there is one that has this. This is what I need. Whoa. Let's not change everything. Something kind of like that. Seems awfully tall. Wonder if I shouldn't do one extra height on all of this to match. Or find a smaller style gate. There's also other things I can do. Let's see what my options are here. Yeah, maybe I actually do use this and then take a different approach to what I was thinking. Yeah, thank you. I think it's coming together. This little bit looks pretty cool. So the whole process here is just kind of figuring out how you make all this work in a way that suits what you're trying to do. So that's roughly equivalent in height. And what I can do because there's a type of tile that has a key design on it. Look up block. Like this. Or there's actually a different type out there as well. But we'll go with this one for lack of a better one. Where is the... keyhole? That's what I was looking for. Find a way to get that looking like it attaches somehow will be a thing to do. But okay. So one way to solve all this is to use I can use that plate modified, which looks like this right here, to attach this to it. And that can be like our door that would open and close. Move all of this nonsense out of the way so I can get an angle on it. bring this whole assembly a little bit closer. Maybe right about here. Oh, that is a little bit too close. Well, that's okay. It can rotate if I can set it in. What I'll do is move this out of the way. Set this in right about here. And do a curving action. I think this is going to work out pretty well, because when I input this design into it, which I have to mess with, so hang on, I have a brick here, and both of these things are going to be grouped together, but I might need to move them out of the way for a moment. And do the brick modified, no, the plate modified with the bracket here. And then this can sit on top of that. And then another one of these here. It might be cutting it a little bit too close. So instead of doing this, oops. I need to get a plate in here. This is the one little failure of this software. Sometimes you can't place things somewhere temporarily, like it doesn't let you do that very easily. So you kind of have to do a lot of the same actions over and over and over again. That did it. And then I need my fence piece. Do I buy all these kits new? What are you referring to? Are you referring to the Lego sets that I buy? I've actually done this wrong. This needs to drop here. And this can drop. And this can drop a little bit. Or go up a little bit. Yeah, I'll drop it. I might actually put an extra, do this. A large majority of sets I do buy new when they come out if I want them. Ones that I'm not like super excited about, I might wait on. I do buy used sometimes for investment pieces. So sets that I buy with the express purpose of trying to sell one day, I tend to look for like bargain bin type things. So I'm actually going to take this out and use these. Get the height a little bit more aligned. And I can duplicate that theoretically right here. Oh, I see what's happening. Come on now. This thing is being weird. There we go. And then I can put a brick here. And a couple of plates here to match the height. There we go. Now I need to find a way to get this padlock thing on here. I'm not sure. The best way to do that would be. But yes, I do buy a lot of the kits new. And I have a lot of kits I've yet to build. So they kind of sit around for a while until I get around to building them. Unfortunately, Lego is just generally very expensive. And that makes it a little bit difficult. I wonder if I could do something with this. Because that could look kind of like a padlock. This nudge up a little bit. I'm actually unclear as to why this isn't fully aligned. There we go. Now I'm wondering if I shouldn't just remove this corner piece, because I could do a lot more if I modify this corner piece. Kind of redo all this. So let me actually take this out and do a modified version of that. So I can do that pretty quickly. Like this. Brick. Brick. 2 plates on top. There's a lot I can do this way that will make this, I think, work better. I also have just a large portion of Lego sets that are or not Lego sets, but just Lego in general that are just free. You know, like they're not free, they're just unused Lego bits that I sorry, I'm trying to think while I do this. Might swing the door the other way, I don't know. But Lego kits that I like to, or not Lego pieces that I just have, you know, bunches of bulk pieces that I can organize and sort through. So when I build a model like this, I could potentially have a lot of the parts I need already. This would potentially work better at this point if this was vertical. If I remove that altogether and I do great, why is it not showing up? Oh, it's grill. If I move down here, pull in a couple of reintroduce this one, but do so like this. I wonder something I could do this way. Flip this around. Move this up here. It's not enough. Move all this around then. For now. So it creates a pretty big gap. So if I pull this down, I hate that. I need to re-enable the grid snapping. There we go. I could do this. It's not the prettiest thing. And I could finish the bottom of this by doing, because my idea was that this gray here is going to be foundation stones. And it will have grass in between everything. Kind of going all the way around this. So if I actually move this out. If you think of it being like grass here, I could do a stepping type thing. Kind of looks like a stairwell or a stair step going up. With a plate. And that'll make it set against something so it doesn't feel like it's insecure. Kind of like that, maybe. And then I think what I could do, you know what? What I had before, I wonder how far back I can go. I think I have a solution for all this. Question is how, yeah, I can go all the way back here. There we go. I think my solution for this thing would actually be to do this. There is a modified plate with a clip that goes this way. That I can clip on. I might have to rotate this more. Like this. Kind of like a lock. I could also do that different way, which is like this, and rotate it down. Oh goodness. As far as it will go. Click that on there. I think that works better. All this begins to look better now. So the next step then is to create a submodel for this. I'm going to treat all this as being a little bit separate. All right. This bar does not come in that color. Dark bluish gray. All right. Do the rest of these come in dark bluish gray? The fence does not. Well, that's unfortunate, but it'll have to do. We might mess with that a bit more in the future. I mean, hopefully this is interesting for everyone. You know what? I might need to take that out of the submodel. There we go. Whoa. There we go. So I'm wondering if I could do pearl light gray with that piece. No. Yeah, they really don't have very many options for it. That's unfortunate. Would have thought they would have had more. Does this have more? Doesn't look like it. Oh well. Close the gate. Put the padlock on. All right. Now the other thing I want to do is have a break in the fence, and I think I'm going to do it with this piece. So that kind of looks like people are snuck in. And the way I'm going to do that is recreate this fence piece as a new submodel. Pull all the pieces I need over for that. Here's going to be the concept. I'm going to take these fence pieces, like we've been doing. One here and one here. But the difference is now is that I'm actually going to rotate this a little bit. Oh, come on. Actually, I'm going to do it on the other piece. And really, I need this disconnected, so maybe I'll take this off for a moment. Kind of like that. And I'm going to select all this, create a submodel fence broken. Set that there like that. So it can open and close, basically. Rotate, open, and close. And I'm going to go into that submodel. Set this all as gray. And go back to the main model. So there we go. Uh-oh. That's not happy. Goodness, why can't I grab hold of that? There we go. There we go. All better. All right. So now I need to repair all the steps along the way. So I have all my curb pieces. So I'm going to go into this curb section, and this is where I move pieces around where they need to go. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I have a crazy sounding cat yelling at me right now somewhere. One by four. This is the problem. I'm going to do this. Add a new step. So I'm going to end up collapsing all these back down into the curb step, but this way I can move everything freely and readjust as I go. So this is going to go away. This will be copied and pasted. Probably the same thing with all of this. Okay. That will actually be a 1 by 3. And then we'll do 1 by 4 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is about how wide I want that. Whoa, quit moving. Reduce the number of pieces as much as possible. Less pieces is less cost for building the thing later. And I might end up replacing all the grass pieces with something else. We'll see. So, like, those are fine being long. These I could probably do tile, not tile, plate, larger pieces. We'll do 4 by 8 green. Yeah, we'll do that instead. But before I do that, I'm going to grab all these tile pieces. Oh, wrong thing. So my curb is step 6. So all these need to go to step 6. And this needs to go up here. Ah, so close. So we'll do a 4 by 6. And that gets us there. All right, now in step 8, I'm going to place the grass all around these areas. And fill it in as best as possible. So the gaps under here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it doesn't really matter much how we handle it, but what we'll likely do is something like this. Put 2, and then a bracket piece underneath. And we'll do that kind of bracket style kind of all around like that. And that gives us space to work in. And you really only have to do that in one little area. And the rest you can fill in pretty easily. Still might do some steps up here, by the way. But I'll set the grass first. Oops. There we go. All right. So now I can set all these in. Which, by the way, one of the things this software allows you to do is hide certain steps. So I can hide like all of step 7 or all of the submodels that are part of step 7. It's weird that it doesn't actually let me hide all of step 7. But I can hide all these things like that, and I can kind of have an idea of where my posts are. And likely I'm going to remove these foundation pieces for the time being, because I might be able to just fill this in pretty well. As you can see, I'm able to use a lot of these 2x4 pieces, which are good because they're some of the cheaper pieces, very common pieces. I really only have 2 places where I have to put them in. So yeah, so this that allows me to see what I've put in there, and then I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4x10 pieces like this, and a 1x10 like that. And I color all these green like so, and then when I reintroduce my fence pieces, they sit on top of all of that, like so. So it actually kind of looks like the posts are in the ground, and then I can use this, and I'll move the foundation the other way around, perhaps. Let's see. Oh, before I do that, I need to take all of these pieces, and I'll rename this step like water tower grass, because that's step 8. I'll probably put right after step 4. And you can do a step view of everything. So I can see I start with the base plates, and I add landscaping and more landscaping and tower grass, and then the foundation for the tower, and then the curb. And like I keep building up and being able to hide and work through what all I'm doing. I'm going to get out of step view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's see how much space. What's my square space? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so think if we do something like this, odd number is not a good way of doing it. So I think I might have it up in a corner of the fence line. And maybe I'll put some stuff here, like a little water pump looking thing or something. I don't know. I don't know yet. I have to think about how I'm going to build all this as well for the water tower. But I am going to do steps. And it's going to be kind of like 1 by 3. So I'll get a 2 by 3 plate and then a 1 by 3 plate. Those will be my steps. And they'll all be part of the foundation. So all that is going to go to water tower foundation. Okay. Step 8 is fence. Water tower fence. And we'll move that down and we'll add a new step. And now I'll build the water tower. So I'm thinking of using these. I'm not sure what colors are actually available for these. I don't know if maybe it's just black. I know black is available. But maybe these can be the stands for the water tower itself. And then the water tower itself, I want it to kind of be as, fairly large, but I need to think about how large is too large. Because I think that's too large. You have to consider that there's going to have to be a round plate system or something, probably about this size, that it's going to sit on, maybe even with some railing. It's actually a single plate version of that, and there's extra large versions. That we could either, that might be the more ideal. Kind of like this. Up on top. With railing. Fence. Looking for a specific design. Yeah. So these is what I was thinking of. I was going to play some Lord of the Rings Online on this stream, but they're happening to do server maintenance today. So I'm not going to do that. Trying to look for something to make the roof of the water tower with. I know that there are maybe it's just under brick round. Really large. These kind of pieces. Wondering if they don't come in larger pieces like that. Yeah, there we go. So that I could do something kind of like this. Oops. And then do like a little cone thing on top. Like that. Oh, the whole thing is off. I don't know what I've done wrong here. I'm going to fix this real quick. I think I've centered everything incorrectly. Yeah. Maybe I don't need all that. That should be good enough right there. Perfect. Kind of looks like a lighthouse more than a water tower. Maybe I need to pull up a reference for a water tower. Because I know that a lot of water towers are round. Or like, ovular. Kind of going for like the more classic design. Yeah, I'm actually more or less on track. I think I have to think about the underside. That's a good thing that I'm looking at here. The underside is going to matter a lot as well. This is all going to become a submodel, I'm sure. I need inverted items here. Curved, inverted. Or something. It's an interesting looking piece. What even is that piece? What color does it come in? Does it come in white? It does. It's not too expensive either. So maybe we'll use that on the bottom and use some similar slope pieces here. Like this. Come on. Yeah, I want all this basically to be white, if possible. I might do something with like a stripe of red or something. And now that I'm looking at this, maybe it's too big, or maybe this needs to be bigger. So if that's the case, I can move this out and do it actually with this stuff. So as I look at references of this, there's very little space up there. And really, I just want it to feel like someone could get up there and watch from the water tower. It's the whole vibe I'm going for. And so then, if I operate off of that premise, maybe I do that as a cap. There we go. Yep, 2 hours and still going strong. I'll probably end up taking a break from the design process here in a bit, and we'll revisit it in a later live stream. So I can't necessarily commit all day to it, but I want to get this. I want to get this going. Do these come in white? They do. Oh, that's perfect. That is what we want. And it is a question about, do we double stack these or not? I think I'll try it. And we'll do something with like a cross brace design. But this is the thing about this type of process, is it ultimately does take a long time to kind of work through how you're going to do everything. Oops. So move all this stuff off to the side here. This will fit underneath here, like so. Is that right? No. Like so. No. Like so. There we go. And I got my roof off here, so it's incorrect now. What did I do wrong? I think they need to be double wide. I think that's the problem. Actually, let me remove these real quick. If I want that to go, yeah, it's going to have to be double wide. Like that. Trying to figure out the best way. Ah, there we go again. Accidentally resizing the window. This dish might be the best way to do it. And to do that, there's my standard bricks here. Very confused. There we go. It's telling me these slope curve pieces don't come in white. All right. What color do they come in? Light bluish gray, black, or red? If I apply red to it, then maybe the whole thing should be red. Like the top of the tower should be red. Again, it feels a little bit too much like a lighthouse when I do this, but I think when it's sitting on top, it'll read better as a water tower. Okay, I'm going to move that to its own submodel. And maybe we custom design a sticker or something for the water tower piece. But now I got this whole thing that can sit up here on top, in theory. Question is, how do I make it fit the way I want? I think the answer to that is I set it. I readjust my view so I can see what I'm doing. Ah, oops. I see. Interesting conundrum. So I might be forced to extend my foundation size here. See what happens when I do that. Might actually be just the right size at that point. More or less. Let's see here. Nope. So maybe I need to rethink the bottom of this thing, because this is too big. So let's go back into my inverted slopes. It's a 6x6 size. And my actual spacing for this is going to be more like 4x4. So maybe this is achieved. With a different inverted design. What colors do these come in? let's say that these fit here. And these should be roughly the same size as the cylinder above it, which is why I'm doing these this way. And maybe I can find slope inverted 75. This would be the other option. I'm constantly going back and referencing water towers of different types. They do tend to have a very rounded bottom to them. But I don't know that we can do that given the nature of all this stuff. I wish there was a better way to invert bricks here. There is a way to do it. It includes using these types of bricks. So maybe I do that. Because what I can do is this kind of thing. And so that would fit into the bottom of this. And then I could take one of these and fit it to it like, oops, so. Set those as white. And then, yeah, so these need to be further out. So what I'd end up doing is stacking them like this. CV. Like that. Or something akin to that, but I'll get back to it. Or I build it out so that it follows the curve. I'll show you. Because there are arch pieces. That could be used to finish out this curve. Probably kind of like this one. I might have to pull all this away from it for a moment, just so I have space to work in. I'm really going to have to think about how all this fits in with the goodness. How all this fits in with the braces for the water tower. I'm going to really have to think about that. I might have to reorient things a good bit just to make it work. Something weird about the way this camera wants to rotate around this stuff that I need to move it a little bit better. Okay. There we go. So if I set that there, what does that end up looking like? Not really following the curve like I need it to. Maybe it's this that I need. Really kind of hard to tell. Size of the curve with, yeah, it's too much. That is huge. I need to go back to slope pieces. Curved slopes. That's an interesting piece. That might actually work better than what I'm doing. Does it come in white? Yes, it does. All right, so let's take these off. Come down here. So if I put that in, oh, I see the problem. Well, that's fine. That's something we can work around. So let's see here. I need brick. Oh, see, I'm going to run into the same issue, though. You know, I want to bring these all back up together. Maybe temporarily I'll put a plate on. Or I could do a rounded plate. All right. Is that roughly the size of those? Yes. So perfect. That comes in white. Flip that around. I kind of like being able to potentially use some slightly different pieces for this. Maybe. Just not entirely clear to me that I will be able to. Yeah, I think not. But I can set these side by side. And then maybe this will at least help me think about how I'm going to put a curve around it. If I even can. I suppose Is there a hollow version of that? There's this. That's two. The other option is to, no, I can't do that with that design. But with this design I could. It's just too small. Because the other option is to basically drop like a pin through it to hold the pieces together to sandwich it. But I think this is a better way of doing it potentially. I just need to figure out if it's possible. And if so, how would I do it? There should be, maybe it's a brick. Maybe that's what I'm looking for, is the rounded brick. This is what I'm looking for. Yep. There we go. All right, so that, I can now put a plate on that. Like a 4x4 plate. Like that. And what that does, it gives it just enough to hook into the underside of something. Is that even necessary? I think it is. It's unfortunate I can't make it just a little bit different in dimensions. But maybe there is a plate. Find compatible bricks. Nope. Maybe there is a plate version. How much is the difference there? Is that even a single plate's worth? It's not really. Because these are, you know, the width is not the same as the height in terms of brick standards. So what if I don't really know that I have an option. What are my other modified brick options here? Oh yeah, I forgot that these existed. That might be useful. Because is that, it's 2/3 height, which is, no, that's not going to be useful. Darn. You know, there might be a way to make this work. Let me make this its own submodel. So I can move it around a little bit more freely. Because when I want to connect this to the bottom, like so, what is the gap going to look like? So that's what I need to solve for. But I think that's actually doable. I wonder if I shouldn't take these larger round pieces. I mean, there's got to be something I can do to the outside of it to kind of make it fit. And then the other thing I got to consider here is once I have it placed, oops. Okay. Is that a big enough gap for an entire plate? I'm not certain if it is or not. So I'm going to pull this back over here and it's too big. Really surprised they don't have these corner rings that are a slightly different size. Maybe they do if it's a tile. They do. Hey, Zipzax. So what is this called? 4x4 round corner. Yeah, it's a different dimension. I'm going to go into this submodel, play around with it some. Because maybe this just needs to sit here. And if these fit on the underside, can I do anything with that gap that's better than what I'm doing? Finish the first part of your Minecraft castle? Awesome. Do I need to add more plates and stack this up differently? Or that's what I need right there. Oh no, wait. It isn't what I need. It's really annoying they don't have the similar piece for that. It seems so odd that they wouldn't have that one little part. Have you posted your Minecraft castle in the Discord? All right, I'm gonna be going for another 30 minutes on the stream before I'm going to wrap it up. This whole thing would be solved if they had that. It really would. I'm actually going to see what other people have done for the bottom. Yeah, so they've all done like these weird brick built things or similar things to what I've done. The question is, how did they invert everything? Maybe there's a way I can do it. Invert the bottom. Here at like the platform level. So because I have these other tiles, the ones that fit differently. Not tiles, the plates. These. So if these go upside down somehow. So a question that comes to my mind is, how many of these stacked up equals one of these? Are they the same thickness? I don't think they are. That's the thing about bricks, is that they are slightly different dimensions. Yeah, you see a slight little increase. Yeah, it does look like a mushroom. It will hopefully look better later. I don't know. I have to figure all that out. So maybe I'm using the wrong thing for this. Maybe I should go use one of these modified, because this runs into the same issue that I had with some of these other things. So like this is actually closer to the right thickness, right? So maybe I need to find a way to use one of these instead. Or, you know, a set of these. So if I take these out and I do a plate of these, that is a slightly different size. If the plate is on the bottom, then I think we have a different height, perhaps. So let's see what this looks like. Oh wait, I got a problem here. I'm not doing the right thing. That doesn't work. Same problem, actually. It's not double-sided the way I need it to be. Okay, wait, though. Maybe if I use the double-sided piece. I'm trying to think of how to adjust the heights. So if I do that as the attachment, but then I allow for a facade done with a different height, how would that work? So like, those are different heights. So if the bottom, so how can I use this to my advantage? That's the question. And maybe I only use one of these bricks as an attachment point. Maybe. To flip this all upside down. Or maybe I stack these up like this. Here we go. This might do it. Does this work? This is the fun of figuring all this stuff out. All right, so let's do this. We're going to do all 4 of these. Like I was doing before. So do something like this. So that, if I did a second stack of these, would potentially allow me, when I do a double stack of this, oh no, it's still wrong. Well, if that's wrong, then what happens? Is there an open-backed version of any of the other bricks? I don't think there is. So what if I use something different? Because there are also these types of brackets that I could potentially use. And also these types of brackets. So we have some options here. I don't want this to get too deep. That's the problem. So those are all kind of correct. Oh man, this is so difficult, getting this to work out like you'd want it to. So what happens if these sit here? What is my height then? It doesn't get my inversion correct though. But it does if I use this kind of brick maybe? What am I dealing with now? Oh, I still got the same problem. I need to, needs to go the other way around. It's doable with a slightly different design. Because if I take, say, a 4x4 brick like that, then I could potentially, I could do any number of things now. It's kind of inverse to inverse as opposed to stud, which isn't really what I want. So I need the studs on this side to line up. This is the thickness of a plate. So if I take these pieces, which are too large, those are too large. Yeah, I might be at a bit of a weird impasse here until I can solve for this problem. My thought process was, how do I make this work? I think I might have it. Hang on. No, I still don't. Darn. What is my differential? I wish I knew like the distance I was trying to solve for. It seems like, because if I look at this, this stud distance is 1/2 the distance. So I'm kind of doing like the stud depth. I need a stud depth worth here. And this is the only piece that really does that. So how do I invert that one piece without using up too much space? Is it potentially this way? Because if I put a plate here now, that's it right there. So I need to find a way to build these things together as a core. So I think the way that is going to work is this is in the center. Oops. Like so. And these go around the periphery of it. Like so. And oh, I know what I can use for this. I know exactly what I can use for this. There is an open rectangular plate. That's square in nature, and I wonder if that would fit. I also have now a newly added problem, now that I think about it, which which is, are these distances all aligned properly? And I think that's a little bit too high. So everything's going to be slightly off now. That's problematic. Like, it's getting there in concept, but it's not there in execution yet. Brick modified. What are my options here? What is this thing? I don't know what this is. That's a weird, useless brick. If these... you know, I bet you what I need to do is just offset. So, if I pull these out like this and think about where they are placed on a piece like this, this isn't going to fit in it. Oh, yes, it will. It'll fit like this. If I can get it to, there you go. That locks in there. And I need to think about how much I need to add to make the other ones fit, because the overlap is wrong. So it's not a 4x4 that's going to fit in here. Let's see if we can find the round piece that would work for this, because that's a 4x4 round. I wonder if this would work better, because that could fit there. I think I need to replace this. I think there's double-sided bricks that are just 2x2 or 1x1. These. And so if this fits here, so if that fits there, what do I need to do to make this work? Possibly this. I don't know, does that work? Does that put it like it needs to be? It would. It needs to be there, which means that needs to be there, which means these need to be here, which means we need another one of these. You see it doesn't quite fit correctly. All right, so let's do this. Can this fit in here? What's the difference? Yeah, this might work. All right. So at this point, can I not just use this piece? Oops, wrong one. This piece. Because now, if all of this sits on here, now it's going to be too low, But I can fix that a little bit. But now all that lines up as it should. And we can do the same thing on the other side, I think, with standard snot. These are called snot bricks. Like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all this stuff around now. Make some space. Set these in. There we go. Now, that gives us, I think I can get rid of that. I can drop this down just like that. So that gives us our, potentially our height differences we need. I'm going to play around with it now. So if these flip around this way, and connect, then how much height do I have here that I can't live with? Still a good bit. Well, do we need this at all? I don't know that we do. We need the plate on the underside now. So let's pull this out like that. Now I'm tempted to flip this whole thing around. Because, oops. Then I can set all this as one equidistant height using what I was doing before, which is this. And I can set I'm going to create this as a core submodel. Core. So there we go. Think that's it. I think I did it. All right, let's go find all my pieces of this. Because now I have all these on top like that. Were there other brick modifieds of this thing that were... There's this. But that's not on all four sides, is it? It's not. So I think if I go into the core model now, I can replace this part with, I'm going to see if this will work or not. This is an experiment. Oh no, it's different dimensions. Okay. We'll go back into the underside of this. I have a question of stability with all this. Like, how stable am I actually going to have all this being? Doing it this way? I don't know that it will be. But I might have some ways of making it work a little bit better. Yeah, I think if I go to these pieces and I pull in instead of that, I pull in these. Can I actually do this wider? So, oops. So if that comes over, that shouldn't be too wide. And then I can do more of these. That's a potentially much more stable base, because I can do a bigger plate here, like that. Then if I go back to the underside, that still fits in there. And now everything should be a lot more stable this way. And, oh, wait, is it not fitting? Oh no, it's too high again. What happened? I think I have a solution for this, though. And that is, can I sandwich it properly? It'd be loose, and that's what I'm trying to do better here. I don't know why I thought it was lower suddenly. Let me go back to the core. I think this is what I was trying to do. Yeah, I think that's what I need to be doing. Does that work? Oops. Because now this whole thing is floating, right? Yeah. But now I can drop it down. Nope, still got the problem. I thought I had it. I do want to try to solve this before I end the stream for the time being, but I feel like I still need the little I mean, again, if I do this as a double depth, it would work. I could make it work. What does that look like, I wonder? See, if I do a double depth and then I take, for the core piece, I put these in, you could have 1, 2, I think that would work, right? Oh, goodness, getting this to fit. Oh, it's right at. Is this all sitting down like it needs to? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to get there quite yet. All right, let me actually copy, paste. We have the 2 different cores. I'm going to rename this as core 2. And let me reorient this one the way I was doing it before. Does it actually fundamentally make a difference? I don't know that it does. I think it's the same exact thing, actually. Yeah, I've actually just recreated the same thing doing that. Okay, wait. I think I know what I need to do. So I need these types of things. And this to face this way. So if I do that, then this type of thing can sit here, although it would probably be more like this. And put that in there like that. That in there like that. And the question is going to be, like, what does this look like over here? See, it's a little bit off. If it's there, it's a little bit off. But I might be able to fix that with these. Not certain. Maybe I just leave it as is. Oh, you know what I could do? I could support it with tiles. Like this. That at least give it the support. And what I could do as well is invert these things a little bit. So rotate this around this way, rotate this around this way. Like so. Would that actually work? These need to be the double-sided ones. And then it's just a matter of getting those lined up correctly. I need these ones. So there. And there. And then I think that can be placed not with that. So I think if I do plates. I have a question of stability here, but I think I can actually mock this up with part of my actual collection and see if it works or not. And do that the other way around. Do it this way. So if that were to click in, that doesn't line up though. I would need it to definitely line up differently. Okay, but wait, does that work? So let me now delete all this stuff. Move this around. And do plates like that. Does that line up? This does not. And it's just barely off. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to kind of mess with this offline a bit and try to solve for it later. So I think I'm going to end the stream there. You know, our water tank, kind of a mess. And I can move all that mess kind of off to the side, but it's a slow process, but we're getting there. I just have to figure out how I'm going to, and I need to have a pipe that comes up through the center as well. But I'm just trying to figure out how to make this thing invert and whether or not that's even the better way to do it. It's possible that I skip all of this. There are inverted columns. You know, I could take like the inverted cone and inverted slopes and do something with them. The problem is they don't really have corner versions of inverted slopes, which is kind of really what you'd want. And I could do something with something like this, where like it sits on the bottom and kind of fits in between all of these stanchions, and maybe that's what I do. In fact, real quick, let's go see. So I do something like this. Now, what color do these come in? Do they come in white? They do. One of the problems with this, now that I'm looking at it, let me actually bring in the stanchions to figure this out. because these are going to be fitting in here kind of like this, I believe. And realistically, I think they should actually probably be a little bit closer in. Kind of like that. I don't know, this might work. Problem is that's too far out. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's the next bit of the problem. Now, I do have these types of corner pieces, and we could do something a little bit different, where like line these up in a way that kind of makes sense. It's not really quite correct. It would be in more like that. And it should be yeah, that might actually work. Because I could do something like that. Oops. What is happening here? I don't even know what that was. Started deleting random other things that I wasn't expecting. So let's try this again. And this way, it's definitely all going to be oriented the correct direction now. And if we use, I don't know, brick like this in white or whatever, and all these being white, then I can get rid of all that stuff that wasn't working. And we can see how that might fit into the main model. Let's see. And then we'll probably call the stream there. All right, so let's, because this is the thing I have to consider, is how it fits into these. And that's what I was wondering. So we might move that up a little bit like that, and do something like these corner bricks to hold it up. So I don't know. Let's see here. Obviously, we might end up changing some of these colors around to not make it completely white. But, you know, if you have the concept of the screen being over here and you have this water tower that has, you know, the piping going all the way down and a ladder, that is something we're missing, is a ladder piece. For which you need this kind of thing. It's a clip. Bars and clips. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the one with a bar. Not so. Let's do bar. Bar. Plate modified bar. What do they call this? Handle. There we go. I guess I needed the other type of bar. This one. And all this, of course, will probably have some level of modifications to how it's designed. I don't think this is going to fit. Yeah. So I might have to do something with this bit right here somehow. But anyway, that's I think that's where we're going to stop it for now. And I will save this as my drive-through. Cool. All right, everyone. Well, I'm going to call it quits there. And I should be doing a stream tonight as well to continue the castle build.